I thought I would kick off with actually looking at that film clip and sharing with you evidence that we've never done, because we brought it to the Torino, and I chose to speak at the Torino to say that that is one example of gender equality. However, we do know that there are still issues around pay, around modern day slavery. And Lovedesh is not here to admonish, but Lovedesh is here to find solutions, one of which I was going to share in order to support individual, especially artisanal cottage industries like that gentleman weaver who is 5th generation. We then, of course, created what we deem and have named, and I don't know if you can see it here, the Lovedesh tee, okay? So we believe that this is the kindest and fairest t-shirt. And there's a reason why, because here's my points I wanted to share with you. Racism, sadly, does exist everywhere. And it's been unfortunate that as a consequence of Black Lives Matters and the incidents and horror that's unfolding in America, obviously the one output for all of us gathered here at Torino Fashion Week is to ask ourselves, all of us, myself included, what can we do better? Can we actually introduce imminent change? And finally, is there anywhere for all of us to gather? And I think Torino will be a great forum to do that, because they are very inclusive. And as soon as they saw my work in Bangladesh, they said, Yasmin, you have to come and share this with the world. We want to establish a forum of like-minded people. But if we have a look at just Bangladesh, it is the 2nd biggest apparel sector in the world after China. I think around 80% of its workforce, which is around 5-6 million, more than that, are actually women. And Lovedesh, as a mother and daughter British design duo, we have and are about to actually launch our brand, hopefully globally. And we are interested in finding and talking to anyone who is caring about protecting our planet, not just from a human point of view, and that means gender equality. That means also paying living wages. And one of the things that Lovedesh is working to commit itself is not just gender equality, but global salary equality. What does that look like? What does that mean? Our dream is to pay London living wage wherever anyone is who actually works on a Lovedesh product. I repeat, London living wage, because it's taken me 10 years to ask the question, why hasn't anyone, especially experts in ethical fashion, turned around and said, hey, here's a solution that will help equate the level playing field. Let's give them some more money. Now, I want to go back to that gentleman weaver. Over the past, I've been working with him since 2013 because of the work that Lovedesh has been doing with him. Not just purchasing his heritage skills, which are woven. I want to come back to racism. My question is, why are not such weavers, artisans recognized as such? Why are they often missing from fashion shows? And not necessarily fashion shows, I mean fashion platforms that are discussing and creating thought leadership on how we can improve things. So Lovedesh has created LEGAF, which is the Lovedesh Ethical Global Artisans, Factory Owners, Factory Workers Forum. Because we believe if we bring everyone around the table, we can actually solve some of these problems. But by giving them more money, here's what that gentleman weaver is already committed to doing. He already pays the same wages. But here's something else. The reason why, and I talk about racism, it seems as if there's one act or law or governance for those of us in Europe, in USA, and there's another one for everyone in Asia and Africa. And Lovedesh is really excited to start pioneering a new way forward where we actually start dismantling aspects of racism. So I wanted to then share with you a presentation. And at the moment, I just wanted to explain that how do we tackle gender equality and racism? Because we might have that individual in Bangladesh. And I know there's good people working and there's brands who are listening to me right now saying, Yasmin, I do this. I care about gender equality. But have you noticed, where is it that we can all gather? for free to actually introduce the changes. So I hope LAGAF is one way of solving that problem. But more wages, more income, more share of the profits, however you choose to do it as a brand, will mean we immediately start solving problems around racism in the fashion sector and also gender equality issues. How? Because by earning more, people, especially in Asia and Africa, I want to remind you why no one is discussing this. They do not have access to free healthcare. It doesn't matter how well-intentioned people are, and I've met the most amazing factory owners in Bangladesh who tell me this, and that's why we're very proud to release the Lovedesh 10 files. We've just announced it, hopefully on our website, but we will release it at 11:36 a.m. All our pricing points, all our times, is to do with 1136, the amount of people who died in Rana Plaza. And I'm very proud to share we are working with survivors of Rana Plaza to create the T-shirt that I've just shown you. They are backing the Lovedesh campaign. We are excited to talk more, and we hope to have a much more comprehensive appearance at the Torino Fashion Week show next year. But we believe that by giving them wages, and Lovedesh is going to start that experiment, we will see an instant reduction in not just racism, but also gender equality issues, sexual harassment, but also making sure that the well-being of workers, whether they are in Asia or Africa, or even in the UK, is at all times protected. And one of the conclusions I decided is I can't do it without being a luxury brand, okay? So as much as we are aware of huge failures, and here I'm now going to say, I would actually say, in my opinion, there's more work being done by the fast fashion brands than maybe some of the ethical fashion campaigning sector, who I'm very sorry to share aren't perhaps as robust as they should be. And also, one of the biggest criticisms that I have as CEO is often in ethical fashion platforms, the voices and the presence of those who are impacted are often missing. To me, that's racism. Racism is about making sure that we keep everyone included and inclusive. So unfortunately, sometimes that's not the case here. And before I go, I wanted to just share with you a presentation really quickly, because I don't know how much more time I've got. I think we kicked off at 4 p.m. But I just wanted to share this. Let's have a look. I wonder if I can share this, because we do have very strong opinions. So I hope you can see this. Okay. So, okay. So this is Lovedesh and, you know, all of this, but I want you to look at that. It's taken me 10 years. And when I was asked to talk about racism, gender equality, I realized that our story at Lovedesh is about protecting heritage skills, boosting artisan income. If we boost their income, even those of the factory workers, we are immediately addressing issues around inequality. But here's another thing Lovedesh is doing, which is very new. My background is I worked in the city. I'm also an actress, a British actress and a creative. And I realized that actually we can use fashion to also promote destinations in which we have products made. And that means we can also help inspire collective audiences to have a love for people, planet and plants. But this is very important. We put people first before planet. I'm really sorry. Here's why. If we invest in people and we look after them, they are more likely to look after the planet, and the planet then looks after the eco-biosphere. So you will see that we are award-winning, but we have had a host of incredible grassroots change makers who all model the Lovedesh t-shirt, because we plan to redefine luxury and redefine ethical fashion. So I know I'm losing my time here, but my daughter will be joining because she's at university on the panel. If you have any questions about some of our work, and it was very difficult because, you know, we've got so much to share and show with you. For example, we do have this mask coming out, all right? And we are in talks, hopefully, with the Martin Luther King estate to bring out masks that actually feature inspiring comments and quotes, because we must not let COVID defeat all the brilliant work that I know exists within our fashion sector. And I finally want to thank Torino Fashion Week for giving me this opportunity to bring my brothers and sisters from Bangladesh. Just to advise, we're also working with artisans in Rwanda, and hopefully that if any of you have questions, or you want to make a connection, or you want help and assistance to be more ethical, to look at your supply chain, please reach out to me, because whatever has happened in the past and whatever failures, and I'm saying I myself, I'm sure, and I have been guilty of it, the way forward is we all join hands and we all find solutions together. And I want to thank Torino Fashion Show for allowing me to present our thought leadership on this topic of racism in fashion sector and gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin. I hope you will join next year with your brand, with your contacts, with all your Bangladesh team and fellows. So I really hope that next year we could all have you there. It's a huge involvement. It's a huge commitment that you bring for your to promote your brand. It's an important thing in the fashion sector. We should all be more sustainable and take care about people who need our help. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now I would like to pass to the second speaker, but I'm not sure she's already here. Gadi Ali, I didn't see you. So, okay, I guess you are not there. So first, if you have questions for Yasmin, we can go through now. If you wish to ask her something more, maybe she will share also the video, so I can forward to you. But if you don't have other question, I would ask Bianca Tudor. She's not here. She was there. She's coming. Okay. So let me check. If you wanted to ask something in the meantime, sorry ladies, I missed a speaker, but she's coming, so you have to wait a couple of minutes.
Hello, Federica. Can you hear me? I have a question. Will these sessions be anyhow recorded so we can actually see them also in the future?
Yes, sorry, we have to wait 8 minutes because the speaker that should be here now today, she's not here. So the panel will start in 8 minutes. So if you have the patience to attend, to wait, 8 minutes, we will start as soon as possible with the panel discussion with all female leaders.
No worries.
Uh,
I'm just asking for the future ones also, in case something shows up, if there will be any possibility to hear the speeches.
Yeah,
Of...
yeah, you will. I'm recording the talk, so I will share the link to have the possibility to listen to the talk after.
Amazing. Thank you very much.
I see Bianca, she's there, but I know that the panel will start, was
Yes,
scheduled
yes. Thank you so
after.
much. We will wait for 5 minutes, I think. People are
Okay,
on their way,
okay,
so
great.
5 minutes before starting the panel.
Thank you.
Serkan.
Evet. Var mı yeterli statü?
Üretim.
Üretim.
Okay, sorry for this situation. We are quite ready. We are collecting the last speakers. They lost somewhere.
Hi,
But
Bianca.
we
Hello.
are quite ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can. Thank you.
Sorry,
So we
Bianca.
have
I had
Mohammed.
to sign in with my son's.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
We had 7 speakers, but now we collected 4 or 5. But we will try to solve this problem. Bianca, if you wish to start with those one, for me
Yes.
it's fine.
Yes, we can start. Can I ask everyone to mute your microphone, and we can unmute them when we will have the Q&A and everything? I'm really happy to see a lot of people today. Good afternoon, and I want to say thank you to Federica for the invitation and to congratulate her for doing the Torino Fashion Week exclusively online. It is crazy, but we are all adapting, so congratulations to all of you being here. I am Bianca Tudor, an entrepreneur, the founder of Elite Business Women, and today in the Torino Fashion Week, we have a panel dedicated to women empowerment in the fashion industry. I will introduce a little bit of information about Elite Business Women. Then I will introduce you the speakers who are here today with me, and then we will start the panel, okay? So, about Elite Business Women, it is a company started in Romania in Europe, and we are since 2015. We are providing entrepreneurial education for women in business. We have 3 main pillars of activity. We have the education pillar. We have elite business clubs in 10 countries in Europe and the Gulf countries, and a network of 12,000 companies. We believe in women entrepreneurship. As you know, when we invest in women, they invest back 90% into their communities. As well, we believe in creating ecosystems to educate and empower people. And we are doing that since 2015 within our elite business clubs. The second pillar of activity, it is the investment pillar. We have Elite Business Women Investment Fund, providing micro scholarships for women in business who are at the beginning, so for startups. And the third pillar It is something that I really love. It is the global collaboration pillar. We started the EU GCC Women's Cooperations Group to help companies from Europe connect with companies from Gulf countries. And we invite both men and women in our events, in our business clubs. We are doing networking with companies funded by men in business. So our mission is to grow, let's say, to scale up the women entrepreneurship sector, but in the same time, we love diversity, and I love teamwork, and I love teaming up with men in business. So any men here, they are welcome in our panel as well. Today in the Women Empowerment in the Fashion Industry panel, I have with me some amazing speakers. I know they are not all online. You know, online sometimes it's tricky, but I am sure that I have with me today Ms. Madiha Raslan, the president of Women Leaders Council Lebanon and the owner of Darling's Touch. Welcome, Madiha. I have with me a true Italian lady, Miss Concetta Spitaleri. It is an Italian businesswoman owning high-ranking positions within European leading entertainment, media, telecom, and fashion companies. Welcome, Concetta. I have as well with me a man. It is Mr. Kasum Koulibaly, the president and CEO of Global Institute for Women's Empowerment Group. Good afternoon and welcome. And I know for sure that I have with me Miss Yasmin Chowdhury, the CEO and founder of Lovedesh. Hello and welcome. And because I love networking, I will do something crazy with the speakers today. I have a challenge for you. I have a 1 minute pitch for each of us. So I will kindly ask you to introduce yourself in 1 minute. And I will start with Concetta, please. I'm not sure I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Can you hear me? Good,
Yes.
good. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bianca, for the, well, you already made an introduction. Just very briefly, as you said, I am an entrepreneur. I am challenged by all what we are living today. And the most important for me is that not just being an entrepreneur, is that we are the capacity to reinvent ourselves, to adapt our strategy, to remain in the market, in the boat, in our businesses, despite the situation. This is for me the challenge today. So my word is resilience.
Wow.
I will tell you more.
Great. Thank you so much for that. And thank you for joining us. I'll move forward to the next panelist, Miss Madiha, please.
Hello, hi everyone. I'm so sorry that I had to sign in with my son's name. It was really a hectic situation to sign in. I don't know why through Google. I'm used to Zoom. I'm sorry for that. I heard saying Bianca, but I didn't know. You want one word, or you're talking about to pitch about my business? Sorry, I missed what you said, what you asked.
No problem.
I'm sorry, really, because of the connection.
No problem. You have 1 minute to introduce yourself.
Yes, okay. So I'm Madiha Raslan. I'm the owner of Darling's Touch. It's a multi-brand concept store. Accessories, but at the same time, we are agent and representative of fashion women apparel in Lebanon. We provide a solution and a lifestyle for women on their daily, for their business or their daily look. And it's the cosmopolitan, and outstanding. And I'm also the president of the Lebanese, of the Women Leaders Council. It's a council within the Federation of Chambers of Commerce, and it represents women from all productive sectors. It's the first time, first type of, from this council in Lebanon, and it's only 2 years old. but we have made a lot through these 2 years. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I will move forward to Mr. Kasum, please.
Hi, Bianca, and hi, everyone. It's my pleasure to be with you today to have this panel discussion about women in empowerment in the fashion industry. I am the founder and president of the Global Institute for Women's Empowerment Group, which is an African-based organization working on studies, technical assistance, education, training, and communication about gender equality and women's empowerment in general. And in our activities, we are now currently developing a network of women's entrepreneurship incubators. And as my position, I am also the senator of the World Business Angels Investment Forum for Mali, and also the knowledge hub director for the International Council for Small Business, which is an international organization based in USA. Thank you very much, and a pleasure for me to be with you today.
Great, thank you for being with us. So we have a man in the panel as well. It's diversity. We are diverse. I am moving to Miss Yasmin. 1 minute to introduce yourself, please.
Welcome, and I thought I'd bring my Twitter followers with me, so I hope you don't mind. My name is Yasmin Amber, and I am the Chief Executive, Founder, and Creative Director at Lovedesh. Lovedesh is on a mission to protect our planet. We are a British ethical luxury brand. I'm one half of a mother and daughter design duo. My daughter, Amber Chowdhury K, should be in here. She's the Assistant Creative Director, and she's been working with me since the age of 8, traveling to Bangladesh. And we have been examining the root causes of UK and in Bangladesh and bringing solutions to protect our planet. I'm very proud to work with global artisans across Africa and Asia, and have created what we believe is the kindest and fairest T-shirt in the world, called the Lovedesh Tee. Welcome from London.
Thank you so much. And if we have here Amber, she can introduce herself as well.
Yes,
I'm not able to see her name, but yeah, she can.
Unfortunately not at the moment, because she's still tied up in a seminar, and I've told her university, this is more important. Torino Fashion Week is more important than studying business studies at university. So sorry about that.
Okay.
Apologies.
Not a problem. Thank you so much.
Bianca, excuse me.
Yes.
Raluca reached us, so if you wish to introduce her, okay.
For sure. Thank you so much. Great. Great. So we have with us as well Ms. Raluca Radu. She's the country manager for Romania at Answer.ro and an international e-commerce and digital marketing specialist. And Raluca, you are here at the perfect moment because we have a 1 minute pitch for each panelist. So please pitch yourself.
Okay, so fast.
Go ahead, you can introduce yourself in 1 minute.
Yeah. Sorry, I had a problem with the connection. So hello, my name is Raluca Radu. I have 15 years of experience in digital marketing and 5 years of experience in fashion e-commerce. I'm the country manager of menswear.com, which is a fashion online shop specializing in multi-brand sales, medium, high. Actually, it's a range from cheap products to more expensive brands and so on. And I was responsible for the launch in Romania, and afterwards I will help the expansion in Bulgaria, and now we are considering other countries.
Great. Thank you so much, Raluca. And I have to say that I admire your work and the digital branch you have online. So you should go and check Raluca's video or the TV emissions or what you are doing. Great. Happy to see that people can enter and they can open the link. We had some issues with everyone at the beginning, but we are here now. We are moving and we are starting the panel. I have some questions prepared for all the speakers. And I will start with Miss Concetta, because we are in your country. We are talking about global collaboration, and we are talking about how women can or cannot, you will tell me, cooperate and collaborate with each other. And I want to ask you if how you are dealing with the COVID-19 situation, and if you have some examples of women collaboration in the fashion industry in which you can state as a role model or as an example.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy that you have invited me, because Torino is really the city where I've been living for 25 years. So it's definitely where I come from. It's very close to my heart. So it's more than just participating to a Zoom today. I think that the easiest, Bianca, is that I really share my experience. There is nothing more coherent and true than just telling what I've gone through. And then, of course, please do interact, do challenge me. I like your style and your energy. So well, the first thing I would like to say is, because even if we have men, we have the majority of women. I think that women have really the capacity to reinvent themselves, to adapt, and to resist, and really, which is something that we have more than anyone else. If you just think about, you introduced me as an entrepreneur, as having had high-ranking position in multinationals, which is true for 15 years. I had functions like VP, Vice President, or many functions sponsoring PR and CSR, which is very important. The climate challenges. Still today, I apply in my business, and then I moved to being an entrepreneur. So you see already from having a lot of responsibilities in a frame to moving of being an entrepreneur is already a proof of being, of being able to adapt it to go towards a challenge, which is really what we need today more than anything else. I think that the most important is that we try to see if our business can resist. Just to talk about my one of my last businesses is Rosa Più. Rosa Più is, of course, as an Italian name, is specialized in long-lasting floral art. So I make special arrangements for luxury brands, for fashion, for hotels, for restaurants. I've made really I have made arrangements for Harrods. I made arrangements for cosmetics, for L'Oreal, for Lancôme, for Baccarat, for Occitane and Provence. So I really had the chance. Yeah, I really had the chance to do many of this, but always tailor-made. So really encountering the customer, speaking with it. So with this physical and tailor-made approach. With COVID, I mean, and what happened, I had to rethink this, because there was not possible. How do you want to create and make tailor-made arrangements with customers that you cannot meet or see? Those customers have no business anymore. So the best way to do is, of course, to go for cooperation. So what I did, I start to partner with the people in the digital marketing and say, okay, how can we work together? Because today you cannot invest in developing your business because there are no funds anymore. We have been so badly hit that it's not money that you need to invest again in your business, because you don't have. You need to do partnership. As I say today, the future is having a part of the cake and not the cake anymore. So I've done businesses with luxury brands and aesthetic brands, and saying, okay, for instance, I can showcase my products, and then you can talk about my brand, and this is how we have done. And then trying to have, a share revenue. I put in place a financial project for my customers, because they couldn't pay. So I say, instead of canceling the orders or saying, listen, if you don't pay me, I cannot, why don't we put in place a system of payment which allows me to continue to have the orders and them to be able to pay? Because today this is really the issue. So partnering, going digital. So I made some online collections. It's not all done today, but the people who did it with me did it without asking me to pay, but they get a commission on the sales. And for me, this is really the future, Bianca. The future is really that, to avoid to invest funds because we don't have, but really to create partnerships with like-minded people who really want to continue to stay on the market. That's definitely one of my visions.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing your sincere story. And I'm really happy to see that you are looking for partnerships and you are collaborating with other companies.
Yeah.
It's something that it will last. So thank you again. We will move to Mr. Kasum Koulibaly, the CEO of Global Institute for Women's Empowerment Group. And we are still in the women's cooperation sector. How would you rate the recently popular awarding of key positions to women in the well-known corporations and creating programs to help and support women's businesses? Do you think that they have a real impact on the equality and the development of women businesses?
Thank you. This is a very specific question I have to answer today, because we know that in the last 10 past years, there is no growing movement to having women in top decision making position in the global corporations at all. But specifically in the fashion industry, it is too slow. We have a rate about at least 1% of progress, and having more women in that position. But it is a positive way already, we can say that, because every next jump is something very motivating to have more women in the decision position on boards in corporations. But also having women developing aid programs for women is something very interesting also, because we cannot have women in the position where we cannot develop women's entrepreneurship skills, supporting them to develop some small and medium enterprises and have the abilities to run, big companies. Those programs are very important. But what is depend on that program? What is the area they are developing? Giving just aid to entrepreneurs, that is not enough in the sector. We need to see how can we improve the business environment and the ecosystem where women can develop their own companies, but invest in other companies that they can take the leadership. This is something very important. Just giving aid can be financial aid, by technical aid is also possible, but capacity building also is very important in the process on developing this business support programs. As I said, in Mali particular, when you see the fashion industry, we know that most of the women are working in that industry, but it's artisanal level. How can we move from the artisanal to the industrial level? This is a key issue. When these programs can address this issue, I think that this is something very interesting. We can look on that to see how we can have more women in the decision position in the industry.
Thank you so much. And if you can share with us maybe some actions you are taking at the Global Institute for Women's Empowerment Group, or initiatives or programs?
Now we work, as I said, we have set up an incubator, especially for women entrepreneurship, that we call African Women Entrepreneurship Center. It's a model we have already designed and implemented in Rwanda first, and now the second office is in Mali, and we are in the process to implement in all Africa. This is something interesting. So whether we can work especially in seeing how we can make studies to see what determines the progress of women entrepreneurs in any local ecosystem. This is something very important. And when we work in that industry, we don't work only in the step of the wear parts. We work on how to produce cotton, how women can be a leader in cotton production also. Because we are going from the production of cotton before moving to develop and to produce wares. So this is something we are doing. We support each in the production of cotton, women in that sector, but also we support women in the business development, how to transform in the artisanal level. This is what we are doing currently in Mali, which is very important for us. But not only Mali, when we go to Burkina Faso, where we are also working, we see that women are in the front of transforming the local cotton in the tendency, in the fashion way, where we can take part in the industry, and something very important we are doing also in Burkina Faso. So this is some few examples we are now doing our work, and we think that when we are being able to scale up this activity, Africa can be part in the fashion industry and to have more women in leadership position.
Great. What a great initiative. Happy to hear that. And maybe we can share some of your best practices in another webinar. So yeah, it will be a good thematic for another webinar. We are moving now to the e-commerce, and we are talking with Raluca Radu. What solutions does the e-commerce offer for women in the fashion sector so that they can promote and increase their businesses within the online platforms?
So first of all, thank you for having me. I didn't have time to thank you before. I was a bit delayed. So yes, fashion e-commerce is definitely a channel that should be opened, and I think that the COVID situation definitely proved this. So if there are shops that haven't yet opened this channel, I think it's absolutely obvious that now is the high time to go there. I think that it's very important to see the e-commerce as just another channel for a brand. I think that it's important to understand that each business is still omni-channel, maybe not during the lockdown times, but otherwise, I think it's important to understand that the customer perceives the brand as present on different channels, offline, online, and it's important to see how this can work.
I am not able to hear you anymore. I don't know why you have the microphone on mute. Now. Yeah.
Okay, it's okay now? Sorry.
Yes, now it's okay.
So I was saying that I think that the biggest advantage that online has to offer is the fact that you can reach customers abroad. You don't have to, if you are fair regarding the terms of delivery, the time of delivery and costs and everything, you can offer a much wider assortment to the customer, and you can sell in exactly any country. The biggest barrier in online commerce for fashion is the sizes question, which is yeah, it's unfortunately the worst problem and the biggest barrier that we can find in front of the fashion e-commerce. But nevertheless, fashion is the top category in most e-commerce developed countries. So fashion represents somewhere around 20% of all the e-commerce goods sold. In terms of this problem of sizes, when you sell multi-brands like we do, it's much easier because usually the customer knows their size for Hugo Boss, for example, and yeah, if they buy it normally, it's easier for them to understand how it will fit. But this is where the part of documenting the products is much more important than in other verticals in e-commerce. It's very important to offer as many information about the products as you can, like the fabric. Is it cotton? Is it 95% cotton, or is it silk, or what exactly it is? You should also try to offer as many information as you can and have filters for whether the cut of the product is slim fit or regular fit, or I don't know, oversized or so on. And it's very important to focus on the product pictures, and hopefully it's even better to have videos. It's very important to try to replace the experience that the customer has in the offline shop when they try on different clothes and so on. And you can do this best by providing a lot of details about the product, and also by providing some very nice pictures that also offer some style suggestions. There are some online fashion retailers like ASOS and Farfetch that also offer styling suggestions in their pictures. Like, okay, you have this dress, but you could wear it with these sandals, these bags, this coat, and it would look like this. And it's also important to provide information on the other products present in each outfit. And what we have seen is that, for example, in answear, we don't offer, so we invest a lot in the photo shooting, the styling, the video shooting, and so on, but we don't yet offer detailed information about the other products in the picture. And the most calls we have in customer support, yeah, they are all like, what are those pants that the model is wearing? What is that coat that the model is wearing in the picture for the t-shirt, and so on. So customers really appreciate these outfit suggestions. And we have seen that definitely when we have a video for the item, we have like a 50% increase in conversion rate. So the video matters a lot. Of course, it's an effort to produce it, but it really improves the conversion rate on the page.
Great, that's a good tip and trick for today in the fashion industry. I will come back to you later with another question, but I've seen that Miss Wafa Al Obaidat, she joined us. Good afternoon and welcome.
Hello, how are you? Sorry, I was a little bit late.
No worries. I have a challenge for you because you are here and we want to introduce you as well in the panel. I will kindly ask you to introduce yourself in 1 minute, like a 1 minute pitch about you and your business.
Okay, I talk really fast, so that's perfect for me. I do 2 things. I wear 2 hats. I run a communications agency here in Bahrain. We're a very small island with about 1.3 million people, but we're right next to Saudi Arabia, 27 million people. And then you get UAE on our left and Kuwait. So we're surrounded by very wealthy, amazing neighbors. I've been running a communications agency for almost 12 years. And with 33 people, I have some token guys in there, but I launched the Women Power Summit. I looked to my right and left, and I saw that in most spaces, and as you go up, I mean, this is globally, but more so in this part of the world, the Gender Equality Report, according to the World Economic Forum, shows that we're ranked very low when it comes to having women in positions of power and influence. So I created this leadership conference with this quest to get women who made it, who are CEOs and board members and tech entrepreneurs, to share their story. We created an incredible movement. It was also a commercial event, so we've had about 4,000 women attend in 2 years and more than 100 partners. And we align with different institutions to get them to pledge to support women in different sectors, whether it's mentoring or funding. And I recently selfishly created a podcast because when I did the event, I got so tired doing all the event planning, I wouldn't actually meet the woman that I wanted to meet. So I also host a podcast here from Bahrain, especially now during COVID. It makes me feel less isolated and more inspired. So that's what I do. I recently became a mom, so good luck. But before that, I actually was much fitter and skinnier. I used to do Ironman, I was an amateur triathlete, so I did Ironman twice, barely made the cut-off time, but I did do the race, which is like a swim, bike, and run race. So something I'm very proud of.
Well done. We're really happy to have you here with us, and congratulations for all your achievements so far. Thank you. Great. So let's see who is next. I will ask Madiha to join us. I have some questions for her. So I remind you that Madiha is the president of Women Leaders Council Lebanon and the owner of Darling Scratch. And the first questions for Madiha is, how does the Paris of the Middle East function after the recent tragic events, and how did they affect places such as the famous Hamra Street?
You know, Bianca, Lebanon has always been a trendsetter for the Levant and the Gulf countries on so many levels, especially in fashion and style. And that's mainly how Beirut got the title of Paris of the Middle East. As you may already know, the country is passing through the worst time in its history at the economic, political, and health level. It all started with the wave of protests last year in October 2019, the dramatic national monetary collapse, the banking sector crisis, the capital control put on the individuals and the corporations. This is the instability which eventually took its toll on the tourism sector, and then came the COVID-19 outbreak and the Beirut famous blast on the 4th of August, which practically defeated what was left of the country's economy. Most of the designers are located in the affected area. Their shops or workplaces were heavily damaged. So you can all imagine the huge difficulties the sector is going through. Before the blast, many emerging designers started to move to e-commerce. But it's also challenging because they need to get fresh money from the market at a very high cost in order to boost their social media platforms and create demand and awareness on the international level. Their focus now is on how to open new markets in order to export. And this is one of our mission at the Women Leaders Council, where we offered professional trainings to our members on how to digitalize their businesses and help them get special offers from a specialized company to create their own online shops. One thing I would like to highlight here is that the Lebanese production became less costly because of the local currency's collapse. And this is positively reflecting on our creation prices, which became more competitive. This is a big opportunity for the Lebanese designers and the international buyers as well, where the worldwide consumer behavior is heading towards consuming less expensive products, yet stylish enough to feed their aspiration and taste. I invite Torino Fashion Week organizers to seek the Lebanese market and partner with local fashion organizers here, as there is a lot of business opportunities and we can really do a lot together. They will definitely find the innovation, the creativity, the fine taste, the excellence in the production in a very competitive prices. Anyhow, I do believe that the Lebanese designers and brands are the true ambassador of Lebanon. This is, I made like a small screening regarding the situation of the Lebanese designers and the fashion industry now in Lebanon. So, but they didn't stop. Despite everything, we are still working. Some of them moved to their houses to work from there. Some of them find another places to continue operating. And also, we at the WLC, at the Women Leaders Council, we helped to raise up a fund for our members to rebuild their spaces. It's a very, very challenging time to us as Lebanese, really. But we are resilient enough to continue. And I think the Lebanese innovation will not ever.
Yes, so true that the Lebanese people are always fighters and they are resilient and they are always striving, and I admire your strength and the fact that you are helping in challenging times. And thank you for being with us today. Great. We are moving to the next speaker. Let me see.
Bianca, sorry, if I can say something to Maria. Hi.
Yes.
Nice to meet you. We will be very happy to host you and the delegation from Lebanon next year for the Torino Fashion Week. So if you don't mind, I will be back to you by mail, so we can collaborate and organize another call. So absolutely,
yes. I would love to.
Okay.
Yay.
Okay.
Thank you so so much. It's really so much. And believe me, trust me on this, you will love it. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for your email. Thanks a lot.
So happy to see live how partnerships can have a good house in a webinar. Good. Okay. Thank you, Federica. It's great to have you with us. We are moving to, let me see. Maybe we can talk with Miss Wafa Al-Obaidat, and I will ask her about the fashion industry in Bahrain in the last 10 years. How can you, let's say, state the fashion industry in Bahrain in the last 10 years?
So just overall, I feel like there was this incredible growth in the fashion industry in the last maybe 10 years, not just in Bahrain, but in MENA, more focus on Dubai and Saudi. Dubai have really invested in building a whole space called the Design District. It's basically a whole city that merges the emerging designer with the factory. So the concept or the idea is different designers could go up and down buildings and sit with different factories and makers and actually make their products in the same space. And they're really investing in building the ecosystem as well. There's the birth of the Fashion Council, which just opened in Saudi Arabia. There's Fashion Forward, which is our equivalent of Fashion Week in Dubai as well. So this is really heavily invested by different authorities, plus the private sector, to cultivate and create and accelerate this ecosystem here in the GCC, especially as in this part of the world, a lot of the women here have a lot of strong consumer spending power, and they spend it when they travel in their holidays and their summers, and they spend it online, but they're trying to get them to invest in local designers and local talent and invest their money here. We've also seen in the last 5 to 7 years, all the global magazines open up. Recently, Vogue Arabia, Al Arabia, just all the different print and digital publications that are here to tell the stories of what's happening here on the ground. I'd say recently, there's the birth of the agency and the showroom. There are very select, there are quite a handful of agencies that have launched that are now providing spaces to showcase emerging designers to a much wider audience. I find that the most interesting thing is a lot of women went abroad to study, like in London, to London College of Fashion, or in New York, and then they come back and they create their own consulting firms. They're very young, these consultants or advisors, and they're applying what they've learned in Europe here on a much smaller scale. But you do find that there are these individuals who are helping women build better lookbooks. They're taking them to Paris. They're finding them different, they're getting them booths and expos. So there's a lot of these little players of people who have come back with all this motivation and inspiration and trying to adapt that to a more local, to more local designers. We're still missing, I think, global schools. We don't have education and really great tutoring and teachers that can foster that here. You still have to travel, and luckily we have different countries that have scholarship programs to get these women to travel, or men to travel to learn this industry. But overall, I feel like that's definitely the missing link in the ecosystem. And then there's awards. We have this massive fashion award in Qatar. Vogue last year did a 2-day conference focusing on empowering women, which was really innovative because it wasn't just fashion. It was also about women's lifestyle and encompassing all her different values in one event. I think that's basically what's happening in this part of the world.
And what would it take to make the GCC a capital for fashion?
I mean, like I said, it's part of it's really developing a strong ecosystem. I feel like in the UAE, they're really aggressively pursuing that, not just fashion, but actually they're trying to focus on all the different aspects of design, which is why they've invested in the Design District, which is literally, it's crazy. It's a whole town focused on this space. But I think, like I said, probably the education, the research is missing. More media companies that are focused on creating content and telling, the stories and kind of the business of fashion, the industry-based publications, I think could be missing for now. But really getting people to understand and value local brands. We still have this perception here that, you know, European brands are you know, have more value and are more important, and you know, even and looking at the pricing, you know, why would I buy this local bag, you know, even if it's made out of like the best leather and it's a really incredible brand, why would I buy that and not buy like a different one that I know? So we're very big on logos here and just buying things that people will know what we're buying. So I feel like there's still a long way to go for emerging designers to be taken seriously in a much larger quantity.
Great, thank you so much. Let's speak now with Miss Yasmin, if she can hear us and I can see her. First of all, I want to ask you about the Brexit situation. Do you think that Brexit will affect the situation of small fashion companies? And what's your feeling so far? I'm not sure.
I just wanted to say that with regard to Brexit, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Yes. So thank you very much for that question, Bianca. I think that it's not just in the fashion sector. Many of us smaller niche brands don't have the resources to actually also cope with the change. So we feel as if we have double, triple barriers and problems. So yes, COVID exists, but now I want to talk about Brexit. I myself am getting ready because 31st of December is when I believe is a key date. Strangely enough, I took part recently in a government research project to actually test perhaps a portal website that is coming to help us so that it is automating free advice. And I remember being part of this, and that's really welcomed. However, because we because we have very small resources, staffing, the fashion supply chain is also something that is concerning us. So, for example, we have suspended production in Bangladesh at the moment, due to COVID. We then obviously have created this, you know, T-shirt that we call is the fairest and kindest. But I feel as if we're sitting on this gold product, this incredible product, but how do we get it out to buyers? You know, before Brexit issues this year, it would have been quite simple, but we also find that buyers are a bit hesitant or concerned or asking us questions saying, well, what does this look like and how will that impact? So I'm a bit confused, I'll be frank. We just want it to be done. Whatever the nation's response was, we now I certainly feel very, very disappointed because in a way, part of the British economy recovering after COVID is also to start exporting and get going again. So I think that, you know, three things we need. We do need urgent government assistance. I think in particular fashion or smaller niche brands like us who are making social impact. So we're not just selling to give back, but we're trying to protect our planet. I do believe, if you don't mind, we should get extra support and grants and funding. And this is why Torino Fashion Show is so critical. And I immediately accept the invitation to speak because I've already made a connection with our friends in Mali when I was talking. Lovedesh is also poised to do business internationally to bring and help and find resources and skills in countries in Asia, Africa, even in the EU. So I hope that helps give an insight on where we are with Brexit. We need help, please.
Perfect. It's perfect. And because we are running out of time, I have one more question for you because you are running a family business. Let's say a SWOT analysis of a family business. There are a lot of entrepreneurs wondering if they can open a business, a family business. What are the strengths of a family business and what are the challenges of a family business?
And thank you for that question, Bianca. So we are a mother and daughter. My daughter has been by my side as age of 8. So strengths. I think that you talked about women empowerment. There is nothing better than, you know, boys, girls, whatever their gender is, to see their parents in business. Okay. Message. But secondly, actually, I don't know if you know, but in the UK, to go to university costs often the average student up to anything from £50,000 sterling. Okay.
Yes.
So if you can involve them in business, it's another strength. You are giving them a head start. So those are the initial strengths. And third, the people like Amber, they get involved in opportunities that I think they would find very hard to be involved in if they were left to actually be on their own. In terms of the opportunities, look at this. Amber has got the opportunity to already speak. She's has her own circle of network, and that was even before she was 18. So I really recommend it, but it's not without its challenges. Also, working as mother and daughter, it brings us closer. We don't, thanks to technology now, you can work remotely. All right. So
Yeah.
that's a huge opportunity. You don't want to have your child with you all the time or family member. I think the other opportunity is somebody said, oh, you should never do business with your family. That's wrong. Yeah, because people say, oh, business and pleasure doesn't mix. Pleasure, well, actually, one of the issues I do is trust. Huge. As you all know, being in fashion, often our ideas get copied. You know, these things happen in all industries.
Yeah.
But my daughter or someone you can trust, there is that level of dynamics that I wouldn't find. I know everyone wants to hear about the weaknesses maybe and the challenges. Yeah. So I wish Amber was here because she should be the one speaking and saying, my mother really does drive me crazy sometimes. Okay. And, sometimes, it means it does interfere into our relationship, but in a positive way, because at the end of the day, I am the chief executive and I tell her business is business. So we leave all personal things at the door. And that can be very hard for family members to adjust to when they suddenly see the chief executive and you're talking to them in a way and they're like, but mum, you're supposed to be making me dinner and I want a hug now. So I hope that with the weaknesses, I think the other thing is if you are clear enough about your goals and you are honest and transparent, and it's like dating or any relationship, you've got to keep talking. Sometimes there can be a breakdown in communications, and because there's that personal relationship, you can't help but accept it will impact your business. And if you are ready to embrace all of that, I think it's wonderful. And why do you think that in COVID we've been able to survive? Because we have a lot of help that is being given because we are that mother and daughter duo. So I really recommend it. Get your family involved, because in COVID, a lot of people have staffing and resources issues. Well, this is where families could be enticed to get involved. And in return, of course, they do need to get some kind of benefits. So,
yeah, so true. Thank you so much for your SWOT analysis on businesses and involving your family members in your business. Federica, how much time do we have?
We have still 5 minutes, but I would like to know if Gadi is here, because she is writing me. She's saying that she's here, but I can't hear about. She's saying that she's here.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Oh, God. Okay.
Great.
Yeah,
Welcome.
actually, I'm here since we start.
No, why you don't pronounce anything? Because we were saying, where is Gadi? My God.
No. I'm here since we start.
No problem. So we have with us as well Ms. Gadi Ali, the founder and CEO of Saudi Fashion Council. And because we still have 5 minutes, and I hope we can extend it to 10 maybe, I will ask you, Ms. Gadi Ali, to answer to one of our questions prepared for you. How would you assess the fashion sector in Saudi Arabia, and how the current situation affects the fashion industry in the region?
Okay, thank you, Federica. Please allow me to introduce myself. I just have 5 minutes to speak because I have another life also. So I'm Gadi Ali. I'm a Saudi entrepreneur. I started my journey around 13 years ago in fashion industry in Saudi Arabia. I'm a brand and business consultant also. I am founder of Saudi International Fashion Council initiative as the first, and I'm proud to say Saudi International Fashion Council is the first fashion council in Saudi Arabia, helps Saudi designer reach the gap or build the bridge between them and the global marketplace. And recently I launched the first female podcast in English here in Saudi Arabia. And I'm happy to invite many global women from different sector, from entertainment, from fashion industry, and also business leaders. And now recently I launched the second season. So you asked me about the fashion industry here in Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
Yes.
So definitely, when we looked up in the last 5 years, we can realize that Saudi fashion market condition is changing and moving forward, and everything is accelerating. Consumer behaviors change. We notice that we buy in a fast circle. There is a huge competition between the retail sector and also the e-commerce. The competition also become between the brand, become more aware of the fact of what the consumer needs. And how they can create a better brand experience to deliver to their target customer. And I believe that Saudi has a strong fashion marketplace, an exciting space for all business, entrepreneur, and brand to realize unmatched commercial success. And now, during COVID, of course, we have to talk about this. Unfortunately, when we look to ourselves today, we'll immediately notice that this year is extraordinary year. The pandemic affected us in a different way, mentally, emotionally, and also physically. That's why we did the event online. Not just us as a human, but also then a significant impact for many industries. And we look deep to the market, we can see many businesses unfortunately forced to shut down, and others find themselves in a challenging situation. But also, this time it can bring a positive change if we take time to think out of the box, think about creativity and innovation, and if we start to adopt a new technology. And all we have to do is stop looking for answer, because basically no one will answer. We have to look for effective solution. It can help us, can help our businesses, and also can help the community. And if you allow me, I'm really happy to see women from my region, from Lebanon and from Bahrain as well.
Yes.
And also from around the world. So you see, the digital now, it's become the tools or the channel of bring all these creative people around the globe in just one platform. It's something amazing. Yeah.
Yes, for sure. And I'm really happy to have you as well. Because we are running out of time, I will let each speaker to address one idea at the end. Maybe from the e-commerce specialist Raluca, one thing we can have in mind for our online businesses in the fashion industry, and as well from each of you, something you have in mind at the end of the webinar. So I will start with Raluca. If you are here. So are you here, Raluca? Okay, we will wait for you if you are here. Let's move to Concetta. Please tell me what are you going to do next to keep the women empowerment activity and to keep your business alive?
Okay, a lot of things on my flower business. I will continue with the tailor-made, because I want to continue with the contact with my customers. I will continue for my online collection, which is, of course, is more B2C orientated. It will focus on more people, so there is less of this on my personal touch, but it's needed to survive. And then I invite everyone, really, for each business, no matter what you have, no matter what you do, is to really think that even if you cannot go digitalize your business 100%, maybe think also about other things you can do. Like I did, I opened an NPO. I started to help other women, because if we continue to be inspiring women, business women, and help others, we continue to restore hope. And if there is hope, well, there is a future. For me, that's the most important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madiha, please tell me what is next for Darling's Touch and for WLC.
Darling Touch is growing thanks to the online shop we have, and we are actually exporting to all Gulf areas. We have a lot of customers from the Gulf, and now we are developing a new customer channels for Europe. For WLC, we are keeping the momentum of working all together as women. Our slogan is "Together we do more," and actually, this is going to be reflected very soon on a very practical way. We are a group of entrepreneurs, women, businesswomen, and we are launching a very nice and distinguished concept. It will be hopefully done by December. And this concept, I would like to share it with you maybe later on. We can franchise it to all Arab world and Europe as well. It's very interactive, very new of a kind, and I'm very excited about it. And no matter what, women, as women, we should be the first investors in our country, in our youth, in ourselves. So that's it. Thank you, Bianca, for this lovely panel.
Well done. So happy to hear that, and I really admire your strength in keep moving forward. Let's move to Mr. Kasum Koulibaly. What's next for your activity, and something to end the panel today?
Thank you very much. I have two important points to mention at the end of this panel. And to say that first, we are in a way of designing a Pan-African, SME development in cotton and fashion industry in Africa, because we are one of the best producer of cotton in Africa, but especially in Mali, we just transform only 3% of the cotton we produce in Africa. And we know that Africa is an agricultural continent, and we have more than 80% of women working in that sector. And designing this SME development program from the agricultural perspective to the design, fashion, and e-commerce fashion product is something very important for us. And we need to have a kind of global cooperation with Arabic countries, Western countries, Asian countries, to put the African value chains, Africa in the global value chains in cotton and fashion industry. I think that this is one of our key programs. We are working on that now, and we are open for good cooperation with all of you and other partners we can have on board in that strategic program. The second thing is, we are working also for gender equality in general, but in perspective of looking for fighting against gender-based violence or violence against women and girls. I think that in that fashion industry, we need to have a look on that also, because sometimes we present some image of women that push some men to be hegemonic or toxic masculinities in the area. And I am the vice chair of Men Engage Africa Alliance, which is the coalition of organizations working to engage men and boys in all aspects of the life of the families, to communities and nations. And promoting positive masculinities in the fashion industry is something we are also working on that also, so we can have more women who are working in unpaid care work, who are destroying their lives sometimes because of men pushing them in that bad way, is something we are also working on that. This is something very important. And lastly, we are working to support women entrepreneurs in all aspects by promoting our incubators around Africa. I find that if we want to improve the position of women in the fashion industry, we need to work together, both men and boys, and girls and women and girls also in that sector. And lastly, but not the least, is about access to finance. I find that this issue is very important. Supporting the women in that fashion industry is access to finance for women, because most of them are in that sector. But sometimes access to finance is something tricky. We need to have a very good financial vehicle in that sector, so we can support those women from Africa and everywhere in the world to make them happen in a good life for them, or also for all their families in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and we look forward to having news about your activities, and keep up the great work. I am really happy to see a man doing such a great work for women empowerment and girls empowerment, and having girls and boys and education for each of them. It's truly a blessing. Thank you. We are moving to Miss Wafa Obaidat. Tell me something about your next activities, what you have in mind.
So first of all, I want to say hi to Madiha. I didn't get to say hi to her. She's a wonderful and amazing, and I'm sure that she's gonna do really well during this time, hopefully, and during these very challenging times in Lebanon. So hello, Madiha. What I'm doing now is we launched the Women Power Summit. It was a physical event. We are now pivoting and doing it digital. So we're completely experimenting. We're seeing how it is. We're selling obviously much less ticket fees because we don't have to book the hotel or fly the speakers in or provide food. So we are testing it out. It's happening in a month's time. I'm happy to give everybody here a free ticket to attend because it's going to be jam-packed full of 150 speakers, 100 digital booths, a place online where you can network and switch business cards with different attendees. There'll be 7,000 people there from this part of the world. So that could be a great opportunity for all of you to strengthen your network and grow your network here in MENA and in the GCC specifically. The other thing is I'm just focusing on my podcast and monetizing it. So we just recently signed with some partners and sponsors, really minuscule, but we're just building it up. It's only 6 months old, but I'm happy to see some people start to invest in what we're doing. It makes us feel validated and motivated as well. And just trying to sleep throughout the night because I have a 10-month-old and I'm still trying to organize the schedule. So these are my 3 goals for the next couple of months.
Okay, a lot of work. Congratulations and success with all your activities. And I think last but not least, Yasmin, what about your plans, and how do you plan to keep growing in your business, even though we have the Brexit and COVID and everything?
And don't forget, our fashion supply chain is also under threat because obviously I'm not alone. So we've got all of that. But I wanted to share some hope and inspiration. One thing is, remember everyone, all the good work that we are doing. And you're so right, Bianca, to call out that amazing gentleman who's standing up for female empowerment. Just like that gentleman I showed you in my video, the good men do exist out there, and it's our job to help them connect with us. So I want to do more of that. So we're already connecting, okay? But here's something more important. Lovedesh is on a mission to protect our planet. We plan to go global. I've already been saying that we're in talks, okay, with retail chains. So anyone interested to make a connection, we are interested in curating and creating ethical luxury spaces where we help maybe amplify those brands, buyers, or anyone who are struggling to connect with people in UK. Because right now everyone is Brexit, I can't, So please know that. I think we're also publishing the Lovedesh 10 files. That's the name of my 10-year personal account as chief executive, exploring the startup world and how I created Lovedesh. And some of, I'm going to be frank, we're going to be transparent, the highs and horrors of when you try and protect our planet. I publish this so I can help others understand there is real issues when you try and do that. You would think that everyone would embrace me with welcome arms, but they don't. And sometimes the most unexpected supporters come. So we've been helped a lot by the People's Republic of Bangladesh, because there are good people everywhere. An organization is not defined by maybe the actions of a few people, but can change by the actions of just one good person. So I wanted to leave that with hope. We also want to introduce London Living Wage. We are introducing Elux, a magazine, to showcase for free to anyone in Torino Fashion Week. If you are doing something spectacular, ethically or sustainably, please get in touch. And of course, we are also going to deliver workshops because we want people to engage with our Bangladeshi supply chain. But sometimes people struggle, Bianca. So I actually learnt Bangladeshi, Bengali language, and that's a missing connection for many buyers who go abroad. They want to help, they want to be ethical, but they can't because Bangladesh equally is not very good at learning English. So we are introducing workshops. And I think if we do that, you will start seeing more female empowerment getting through to the grassroots. And finally, please, I know I've gone on, something very important I wanted to announce. We are hoping to bring Jannat, a 5-year-old girl whose parents are victims of Rana Plaza. That happened in the past. We look to the future, to London for medical treatment. And we think that if she's here in London, that will keep the conversation around ethical, sustainable fashion. Because Lovedesh, we are the expert on this topic and welcome anyone who needs some free advice. So thank you so much, Bianca, for having us. And of course, the courage and extreme brilliance of Federica and the Torino Fashion Week to invite Lovedesh, because this was our first global appearance anywhere at any fashion show. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is how a woman looks like when she's determined and when she's passionate about her mission. So congratulations for that, and many, many strength to you to keep your great work. I just want to say thank you for being with us today. I am Bianca Tudor, the founder of Elite Business Women. We help women businesses to grow and scale up internationally, and we do that in Europe and the GCC recently. And thank you so much, Federica, for organizing this great Torino Fashion Week online. I really admire your work, and please, let's stay in touch with everyone. I see your messages on the chat. I'm really happy to see that you are connecting. After every and each event, you should do a follow-up and you should create partnerships, because this is the reason for which we are here, to create partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you to everybody. Thank you, Bianca, for your huge involvement. Thank you to all the panelists. It was a very huge talk this afternoon. So really, really nice, and appreciated your involvement. I would like to invite you again to have a look to the Torino Fashion Week activities that you will have tonight till the 9th of October. You can join the brokerage event. You can match other meetings if you wish. And I really would like to invite you for the next year edition. That should be realized in June, but we will keep in touch. I would like to involve you, all the speakers. I will get back and connect with all of you, because we will have to organize delegation from Lebanon and everywhere to come to the next edition of Torino Fashion Week. So thanks so much, and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye. Thanks, Bianca.
Yeah, thank you, Bianca.
Thank you.